It looks like Cindy's
Okay, she's
print.
going to speak at the time of those.
So you can keep these two,
Okay.
because she'll want to,
And these are all
non-agenda. And there's Good evening, ladies and gentlemen, and welcome to the Tuesday, February 3rd, 2026 meeting of the Board of Education of Newark Unified School District. We have just returned from closed session and no action was taken. Student board member, would you please lead us in the pledge?
Yeah, I was going to say, you can just go back.
Oh, we will be going back to closed session after the meeting. Pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Student board member, Mr. Ostblock, would you please read our board meeting guidelines?
Yes, I'd be happy to. All right, our board meeting guidelines state that we will keep our focus on the best interest of our students. We will work towards the future, learning from the past. We will stay focused on our goals and avoid getting sidetracked. We will build upon the ideas of others and look for common ground. We will paraphrase for understanding. When we have a difference of opinion, we will debate the facts of the situation and avoid personal criticism. We will address processes, not persons. We will respect differences. We will never dismiss or devalue others.
Thank you. Next is the approval of the agenda. Do any board members or staff wish to pull any items? If not, yes?
Can I just? May I make a reminder that we did pull 16.5 on Saturday from the agenda?
Okay. So with that, I would entertain a motion to approve the agenda.
I'll make a motion.
I'll second.
Okay, please vote. Okay. Let the student board member votes yes.
It's not coming up again.
5 ayes. Thank you. Well, 6 ayes with the student board members vote. Next, item 6.1 is resolution 2025.26.09. Superintendent?
Thank you. I'd like to introduce our Director of Maintenance and Operations, Mr. Travis DeFreitas, to give you an update on what's happening with our emergency resolution and controller installation.
Good evening. Since our last board meeting, Lincoln and Schilling thermostats have been completed. Testing is being done at those sites currently. Newark Memorial High School thermostats installation has started. Since our last update that we posted on Friday, we're at about 100 thermostats as of tonight that have been installed. We're estimating a total of about 2 weeks to complete the installation at the high school. From there, we'll be moving over to McGregor site. as our last site. Verigy is still working on a plan to address additional repairs following the testing results, which we'll bring to a later board meeting to discuss next steps.
Any comments or questions from the board? Yes?
Just want to say thank you for all your great work in this. It's super exciting to see how quickly this has all come together and all of the benefits that students and staff are reaping from having climate-controlled classrooms and facilities. So thank you.
Thank you.
That sounds like there's an awful lot of units that have been updated. According to your original plan, are you ahead of the plan or on
I
target?
think we're ahead with the thermostat installations. What's taken a little bit longer in this process is the crew that comes through and does all the testing. That's taken a little bit longer, but I think we're still on schedule.
Thank you very much.
Thanks.
I'd just also like to be able to mention that we've received a lot of feedback from our teachers in the classroom and how much they appreciate it. And we actually had a pretty smooth start when we came back from the beginning of the school year, for the second semester with getting really positive comments. So I just really want to thank Travis and his team for being out there. I'd like to thank Verigy for their support too. This has been a big undertaking and one that's been a big worry on my plate since I came here to the district. And so I know it has been on all of yours too. And you do need to take action on the emergency resolution.
Okay. So I would entertain a motion to accept the emergency resolution update.
I'll make a motion.
I'll second.
Please vote. Student board member, how do you vote? Votes yes. And there's 4 ayes and 1 abstention. 5 ayes with student board member, yes. With member Hill abstaining. So next, Ms. Torres, would you like to give us your high school update?
Okay. Good evening, board members, executive cabinet, staff, students, and New York community. Here are our recent activities on campus. As a reminder from our last report, spring sports begin Monday, February 9th, and spring sport orientation will be held tomorrow at 6:30 p.m. in the old gym, and students and families are encouraged to attend. Athletics continue to play a big role in our student connection and school spirit, in addition to the Newark Football Club hosting a futsal tournament in the old gym this week during our students' lunch. I also want to share that a great majority of our students have been actively engaging in conversations around current national issues, including ICE and immigration. These conversations reflect strong civic awareness and engagement from our students. On behalf of myself and the students I represent, I want to clearly share a message students have been voicing: no ICE. Students care deeply about the safety and well-being of their families, peers, and broader community. And I just wanted to make sure that this was shared and acknowledged. Thank you for your time.
Thank you very much. Next, we move on to employee organizations. NTA? Welcome, Ms. Bloom.
We'll see if you're saying that in 5 minutes. Challenge accepted. Hello, everybody. My name is Rachel Bloom. I'm the president of the Newark Teachers Association. Thank you for having me, although I'm pretty sure you don't get a choice. So I'll make it the best I can. First of all, I hope everyone's doing well. I was hoping to start this evening with a snarky comment about the special board meeting that was held on Friday, the 23rd. However, I couldn't find it on YouTube, and given the short notice that it was given to the public, I have no snarky comments. I guess that's it. But it does make me want to remind everyone what the 3 requirements or what the 3 requests that Newark Teachers Association has as far as qualities go for our next superintendent. Passes a Google search, frankness, and transparency. The last time I spoke to you at the January 20th school board meeting, I talked about the dismantling of NUSD STEAM programs, administrative gaslighting of NTA educators and leadership, and suspicions of asset mismanagement at the board and district office level. So it was clear why NTA leadership composed the list it did. So I would like to say those issues have been solved, but they haven't, so I won't. The future of NUSD's TK program is yet to be determined, but at least NUSD educators have been invited to the table by NUSD management. The Newark Memorial High School tutorial period MOU has not yet been finalized, and if it does, I'm not confident that the MOU will actually solve the problems that made the program fail last year. I still can't make heads or tails of why high-level people in NUSD feel the need to turn NUSD STEAM into their personal punching bag, but here we are. But despite all of this, I am wearing my special "The Glass is Always Full" shirt. Today is February 3rd. When I went to the NUSD website, a pop-up announced a meeting for February 11th. I couldn't find the agenda posted. I hope there won't be too many surprises. The next regularly scheduled board meeting is scheduled for February 17th. February 17th is Lunar New Year. A new year. A time for us to make a fresh start. To scare away evil spirits. To attract luck and prosperity. I'm hoping that we can take this time to reset and regroup and rethink our priorities and how we act so that we can all work together to make the schools that our Newark community and our students deserve. So thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Boom. Do we have someone from CSEA? Thank you.
Hello, members of the board, staff, and community. My name is Sarah Kieser, and I'm the CSEA Vice President and a member of the CSEA negotiating team. CSEA is currently at the negotiating table with the district to address our collective bargaining agreement. We began negotiating our CBA at the end of the last school year before its expiration on June 30th, 2025. Instead of working with us to be in compliance and move forward, we are continually going back and forth in an unprecedented number of proposal exchanges. CSEA feels disrespected. While we are attempting to clarify language in our contract articles for our members and future staff, the district continues to be unreasonable in its interpretation of current language and has proposed revisions in an egregious manner, even when we have provided clear examples of past practice and intent. We are requesting a good faith effort to resolve the remaining articles efficiently through a collaborative, professional approach. We have been told the district plans to present its employee reductions, layoff plans, to the board at the next board meeting on February 17th in preparation for the 26-27 school year. None of this information has been discussed with CSEA. It's just basic information that the list will be provided at the meeting. Other districts have been communicating with their CSEA chapters since late last year in December to share information and develop strategies to support members who will be affected in an effort to prevent a last-minute scramble to figure out what is going on. Instead, we are being dropped a bomb of information at the last possible second. As a reminder, CSEA has the bare minimum number of employees available at all sites. We encourage you to look elsewhere for cost savings. You have been continually reminded by others that you cannot cut more classified staff members. There is nowhere else for the work to go. Instead, please look to reduce the number of contracted employees. Instead of paying for outside contractors, provide a decent living wage for your actual employees who work here and treat them better. You could attract staff rather than rely on temporary employees who do not care about the students they work with, since it is just a paycheck to them because they are not part of your community. Too many of our classified positions have been eliminated over the past years, and some positions are currently frosted or frozen and remain vacant. While picking up the slack of vacant or laid off positions, members are often blamed when their own work is not completed promptly. Instead of filling those necessary positions, the district continues to focus on the management team and on ensuring that those positions are filled. Even though it is a continuous rotation of unqualified employees who do not stick around long enough to learn their jobs, let alone actually support the staff they are managing. Finally, CSEA members continue to have concerns about the upcoming selection of the new superintendent. As I shared at the last meeting, we are looking for a leader with integrity who will work with unions and not overlook CSEA as a whole. We are not second-class citizens who are thrown the scraps and leftovers. We are a vital part of both the district and the community. We are asking that you find someone who will be here for the long time and will put the district's needs above their own agenda. Taking the time to learn about Newark instead of coming in with sweeping changes that do not work here just because they have been implemented in their old district. We are looking for a leader who will encourage families to bring their children to our schools, not continue to cultivate the reasons families do not enroll here. Unfortunately, those of us who have been here for a long time do not have that confidence in your capabilities because you continually choose superintendents who create more hostile work environments for all staff on a regular basis. You often choose to terminate their contracts early since even you, the board that chose them, seem unable to work with them after a certain point. This does not bode well for our current superintendent search, which, as usual, is on a later timeline than most other locations. We ask that you utilize a robust, collaborative process that includes a stronger vetting than previously used. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Keiser. Next, we move on to the school spotlight, Birch Grove Primary. Say? Oh, I'm sorry. I apologize. Numa, please come forward. Oh, my goodness, I'm sorry.
Good evening, President Thomas, Board of Trustees, Executive Cabinet, and our Newark community. Our schools are also reviewing, updating, and revamping our comprehensive school safety plans. Principals have worked side by side with our partners at the Newark Police Department to align when possible and finalize the plans with their school site council. I am happy to share that all of our safety plans have been approved. On the 100th day of school, which was just recently, we celebrated at our elementary sites. We want to also recognize NUMA and the hard work and dedication to all of our members who support our learners here in the Newark school community. Our LPAC testing window officially opened this week, something very exciting for our students and our learners. The LPAC test monitors the progress of our EL scholars. In our district, our goal is to support our ELs with reclassification by 3rd grade, at the latest 5th grade, as the test increases in difficulty year after year. When our ELs are reclassified, many opportunities are possible in middle school, high school, and beyond. Thank you very much and have a good evening.
Thank you. Now we move on to the school spotlight for Birch Grove Primary.
All right, good evening, members of the board and executive cabinet. We're getting the presentation. Okay, I'll wait a little bit. All right, so good evening, members of the board and executive cabinet. Good evening, Newark community. Thank you, Board of Trustees, for this opportunity. My name is Julie Cordova, proud principal of Birch Grove Primary, and I am excited to share our efforts this school year to close the opportunity gap, especially for our youngest students. Before I begin, I would like to publicly thank my certificated and classified staff for their hard work and dedication to our students and families. Their daily efforts, collaboration, and deep care for our school community are at the heart of the progress we're making and the successes we continue to see across campus. Next slide, please. With a total enrollment of 371 students, BGP currently has 4 classrooms across all grade levels, TK through 2nd grade. The expansion of transitional kindergarten age brought an additional TK classroom to BGP this year, and we are glad to be the first educational experience to 79 TK students in our district. Alternatively, we noticed a decrease in our 1st and 2nd grade enrollment this year as families in the community are moving out of the area or choosing different school options for their children. Next slide, please. We serve a diverse population of students. Students identified as Hispanic, Latino, Latinx, and socioeconomically disadvantaged have the highest percentage of our school at 31.2%, followed by multilingual learners and students with disabilities. For the next few slides, I will share our current data and provide additional insights into how we are working very hard to ensure our students are on grade level in both reading and math. So this is our English learner progress. And it's important for our students to be reclassified before the end of 2nd grade, as the annual LPAC assessment becomes significantly harder every year. This can be challenging as many of our young students are not only improving their own native language skills as they are trying to learn English at the same time. However, as shared in this slide, we are making progress. We have increased the percentage of students who increase their proficiency level on the 23 to 2024 LPAC from 30% to 37.5% last year, and this means a 6% increase. I am proud to share as well that this year we have already reclassified 12 students who have met the criteria for reclassification. This indicates that our proficiency scores will continue to show improvement in the next school year. Next slide. Now we're going to take a look at our iReady scores. This slide shows the results for only for our 1st and 2nd grade students from August to mid-October. Kindergarten students are not administered the iReady assessment until later in the school year. Our August or baseline results are at the bottom bar, and the October results are at the top bar. Within 8 weeks from the start of the school year, students were making progress. Starting on the right of the slide, at the beginning of the year, 16% of our 1st and 2nd graders were 3 or more grade levels below in reading. This was reduced to 9%. 45% of our 1st and 2nd graders were 2 grade levels below. This decreased to 34% in the fall. And if we go to the far left, 21% of our 1st and 2nd graders were mid or above grade level, and this increased to 36% in the fall. Now, this is the slide for iReady Math. And overall for math, within 8 weeks, we reduced the number of students 3 or more grade levels behind from 19% to 8%, and increased the number of students who were mid or above grade level from 14% to 22%. Next slide, please. Now we're going to take a look at how our English language learners did in iReady. At BGP, we have 34 English learners in the first and second grades. In reading, we decreased the number of English learners who were 3 or more grade levels behind from 28% to 16% in reading, and from 26 to 16% in math. Can you click? We decreased the number of English language learners behind 3 or more grade levels behind by 10%, from 26 to 16%, and indicated by the green bars, we increased the number of English language learners approaching on or above grade level from 10% to 26%. In this slide, we now see the breakdown of our data by grade levels. So again, this is only 2 grade levels at BGP that take iReady in the fall. In first grade, 56% of students are at grade level, at or above grade level in reading, and 23% of students are above or grade level in math. No students are below 2 grade levels at BGP. Next slide, please. Now for second grade, we see that 58% of our second grade students are at or above grade level in reading, and 39% of our students are above or at grade level in math. A significant reduction of students who are below grade level also. We are working very hard at BGP to address all students' academic, social, and emotional needs. This year, we're implementing very intentional work for all students to reach their fullest potential. So at Birch Grove Primary, our progress this year is driven by the dedication and collaboration of our staff, who remain focused on meeting the academic, social, emotional, and behavioral needs of all students. Through intentional instructional practices, data-informed systems, and strong partnerships with families and community organizations, we continue to strengthen supports that promote student success and well-being. The following highlights key areas of impact during the school year. So the first one is academic supports. Dedicated staff across Birch Grove Primary are implementing common instructional practices that increase student engagement and participation, including partner talk, participation strategies, and structured opportunities for oral language development. And these practices are especially important in supporting English learners and students with disabilities. We are also working very hard on the school climate and community of BGP. Our PBIS team meets monthly and uses attendance and behavior data to guide school-wide efforts to strengthen school climate. This school year, we have implemented monthly assemblies to celebrate student achievements, positive behavior, share values, and attendance. Families are actively included and invited to participate in all school celebrations and events. Student supports and interventions is a very important part of our focus areas this year. Our dedicated staff ensures students receive targeted academic and social emotional supports based on individual needs. Through our partnership with Wellness Together, over 120 mental health support sessions have been provided to students and families. Additionally, more than 70 students have received academic interventions in reading and math, including language development and literacy support for our English learner and newcomer students. Birch Grove Primary is an active and connected school community where students are intentionally supported to feel seen, celebrated, and engaged. Through the collaborative efforts of our staff and parent-teacher club, we provide meaningful events and experiences that strengthen students' sense of belonging and care for their school community. So as we move forward, we plan to continue to promote community and culture by providing family academic events, such as the Family Coding Night and STEAM Day. increasing parent participation and advocacy through different committees, such as our school site council, ELAC, and other spaces for input, such as our monthly coffee with the principal. Using our behavior and attendance data to continue reviewing and implementing school-wide positive behavior intervention systems and strategies, such as our community assemblies and celebrations. Continue collaborating with our parent-teacher club and the several events and initiatives that help build community across BGP and the school community. And finally, continue to strengthen family and community partnerships with multiple opportunities to engage in the school community and our events. I have the pleasure of interacting with my staff and students every day, and I am incredibly proud to lead the Birch Grove community, the Birch Grove primary community, and work alongside to our dedicated staff and families in support of every student's academic and social emotional growth. The positive outcomes from our targeted interventions and instructional practices reflect our shared commitment to equity and excellence. Together, we are building a strong foundation that is not only supporting student growth today, but also setting our youngest learners on a lasting path of success that they will carry with them from Birch Grove Primary and throughout their educational journey in the Newark Unified School District. Gracias. Thank you.
Thank you. Comments from the board?
Principal Cordova, muchas gracias. Thank you. Really appreciate you sharing, and congratulations on the growth that you've made thus far. In regards to the culture, the community, I've been to a few of the events, and it just really reflects on the passion that you share, the integrity that you have with involving our families in different functions. And in regards to the reading piece, how are you involving the interventions alongside with our families and the students?
That is a great question. There are many opportunities for families to get involved in their students' academic journey. So one of those options are that we promote iReady to be practiced at home, which has individual targeted practice. Our teachers also invite families to be mystery readers or guest readers in their classrooms, a practice that is very common at BGP, so that way students get the chance to see their family members also as readers, which is an important part of modeling good reading, right? And getting those habits, getting it started. And other ways to support reading in our school. We also, for students who need support in reading, we make sure that through the SST process, the student study teams, we are working in partnership with families to determine which interventions do they need, which support is required for a student that is struggling in reading, and then how can the family support those efforts at home as well.
Thank you. Mr. Hill?
Thank you.
Thank you so much for the great presentation, and love your focus on academic outcomes. And it looks like you and your staff are really making great progress. So please, on my behalf, thank your staff for all their hard work, and thank you for your hard work.
Will do. Thank you.
Mr. Block?
Yes, thank you very much for your presentation, and it's great to hear about all the positive things happening at Birch Grove Primary. Was curious to hear about attendance this year. How's that going? Have we seen a lot of chronic absenteeism, or are most students coming every day? Just what's the status of that?
In the 2023 to 24 to 25 school year, we had about 15% of chronic absenteeism at BGP. And through different efforts, our students are very young, so them coming to school, it really involves the families very actively, so they come to school, right? They bring their student to class. So one of the initiatives is, and I have a picture right behind you, is the fancy lunch, right? Where we give an attendance prize to the class that had had the best attendance that month. So we host a fancy lunch, which is a lunch outside. We celebrate the students, and that has gotten the community interested on like, okay, we want all classes to win fancy lunch, so how can we make sure that we get it? Well, bring your student to school, right? We have decreased the number of students who have been chronically absent from 15% to 12% this year. And hopefully, I expect with our continued efforts on attendance, working in partnership with families, we can see that number decreasing as the year goes forth.
Great, thank you so much.
Member Jones?
Thank you again for your presentation. I kind of just, one of my question was asked by someone else, so appreciate your time tonight. Thank you so much. And I see a lot of really happy kids. That's great.
Yeah. Thank you. You've been very busy this year. Could you go back to slide 6? I'm curious. You had 83 of 86 students assessed for this slide. Could you advance one? I think I may have the wrong number of the slide. Could you advance to the next one? In this case, you have 46 out of 94 being assessed, and for math, 18 out of 94. Statistically, do you feel that, why is it so few students who are assessed?
So in our district assessment calendar, the baseline is optional for students in first grade and second grade. So depending on what the teacher chose for their students, so we have the baseline for those students. So yes, we have significantly less number of students who were reported for iReady, but moving forward for the fall and the winter, the expectation is that all students take the iReady test. So they should look different.
But do you feel these results are valid with so few taking the test? The state requires 95% or they won't even record the scores.
Yeah, correct. So this one for first grade, yeah, the scores are showing us just a snapshot of what is happening in classes, and we definitely increased our completion of the test for the October test to 99% of our students took the October test, which is what is required for the district as well. So when you see our scores from like the aggregated full data that has all of our first and second grade students, 99% of them took the test.
But I imagine you can see firsthand the progress students are making, right?
Yeah, for sure. And there's also other pieces of data that teachers use to also assess if their students are making progress in reading or in math. And I'm excited to see in the winter, the students are going to be taking the test this month, and it's going to be 99% completion or 100% completion, so we can see the actual scores with all of our students taking the test.
Thank you very much.
Of course.
Okay, thanks.
All right, thank you.
Next, we move on to public comment on non-agenda items. So these comments are limited to 3 minutes per speaker, and the board will limit the total time for public input on each agenda item to 20 minutes. If a situation arises where there are more speakers on a topic than the total time allotted, the president may pause the agenda item and reconvene it at the end of the meeting. So we had a few extra non-agenda item commenters, but if you all take your 3 minutes, we may end up having to have a few at the end of the meeting. In order to ensure that non-English speakers receive the same opportunity to directly address the board, non-English speakers who utilize the translator shall be provided at least twice the allotted time to address the board, and we do have a translator here if it's needed. Without taking action, board members or district staff may briefly respond to statements made or questions posed by the public about an item not on the agenda. So having said that, I will take these non-public comment speakers in order. Ms. Nguyen, Fong Nguyen.
Thank you, President Thomas. Good evening, board members, student board members, Superintendent Vakar, Executive Cabinet, and Newark community. With the district's initial abrupt decision and announcement to release the coaches without a proper plan, it felt like a direct attack on the high school athletics programs and its coaches. So I wanted to come and give you some data points on Newark Memorial's class of 2025 scholar athletes and their academic achievements. High school athletic programs are a measurable and effective contributor to academic achievement, student engagement, and college readiness. The data from the graduating class of 2025 demonstrates that athletic reinforce academic success. There was a total of 355 graduating seniors, of which 124, or 35%, were scholar athletes. They are the only group of students held to an academic standard of maintaining a 2.0 GPA, an eligibility requirement that must be met to participate. 80 scholar athletes out of 124 earned a GPA of 3.5 or higher. This represents 65% of all scholar athletes in the graduating class. Over 23% of the entire graduating class were both scholar athletes and high academic achievers. These results show that student athletes are not only simply meeting minimum academic standards, they are performing an exceptionally and exceeding exceptionally high academic levels. Athletics creates a structured system of academic accountability and engagement by making academic performance a condition of participation, reinforcing time management, discipline, and goal setting, providing consistent adult mentorship through coaches, increasing school connection, attendance, and motivation. This structure supports students in maintaining academic focus while developing skills essential for classroom, post-secondary success, and life. The girls' tennis program is just one example that exemplifies the academic impact of athletics. There were 7 seniors on the team. They all graduated with a 4.0 or higher and participated in leadership, student government, and clubs on campus. 2 out of the 7 graduated in the top 10 of the class. All 7 scholar athletes, 100%, are attending college this year. 2 at UC Berkeley, 1 at Cornell University, 1 at UCLA, 1 at San Diego State University, 2 at community colleges with plans to transfer to UC campuses. In conclusion, with 65% of student athletes achieving GPAs of 3.5 or higher and team-level results that include top-ranked graduates and admission to elite universities, high school athletics are not extracurricular luxuries. They are a strategic investment in student academic success. I hope this board values what I'm sharing today and finds way to bring back PAWS, an essential resource for all students and one that benefited scholar athletes greatly, and hope to better support, enhance, improve, and expand our athletic program at Newark Memorial. Thank you.
Thank you. Ms. Parks?
Good evening. Newark Unified School District is fortunate to have significant land allocated to each school site. It was wonderful to see the middle school fields actively used last fall for regular league soccer games and again this weekend for a soccer tournament. Newark Little League will soon kick off its season on the west end of the middle school campus, and thanks to the City of Newark, the Newark Girls Softball League will also be starting their season at the Silliman Center site. These activities help strengthen the character in our kids and brings families together to enjoy to enjoy and support community events. Now on to my next topic. I want to address an issue vital to public service and democratic governance: the right of an elected board member to feel free, even when that speech is critical or uncomfortable. Free speech is not granted by a handbook, policy, or internal norms. It is constitutionally protected and exists to allow elected officials to raise concerns, question decisions, and speak openly on matters of public interest, including actions of those they oversee. Governance handbooks may set expectations for conduct, but they cannot override fundamental rights. When they are used to restrict a board member's ability to speak critically while fulfilling their oversight role, they cross a serious line. Effectively, oversight requires transparency, honesty, and plain speech. Equally troubling is the misuse of procedural tools, particularly points of order, to interrupt or silence a fellow board member. When used this way, it becomes a tool of censorship, not order. This practice discourages speech, hinders open discussion, and weakens the board's role as a deliberative body. Disagreement is not disorder. Criticism is not misconduct. Using procedures to avoid accountability erodes public trust. The public did not elect board members to speak only when it is comfortable, but to represent concerns honestly and without fear of retaliation or procedural suppression. If a handbook or practice discourages lawful speech, it should be revised or abandoned. Governance policies should facilitate open debate, not function as a gag order. Free and open speech by board members is not a threat to good governance. It is the foundation of it. Thank you.
Thank you. Julie Borrego.
Got student support back here. Good evening, Board of Education. My name is Julie Borrego, and I am the librarian at Lincoln School. I'm here to invite you to our 31 annual Young Author Program. It's our awards night, which will be held on February 19th at 6:30 p.m. at Lincoln. The Young Author Program invites students in kindergarten through 5th grade to write and submit an original story for an annual contest. Submitted books are judged, winners are selected, and we proudly celebrate all participating students for their creativity and hard work during our awards night. In addition to this, all winning books become part of the Newark Public Library collection right here at a celebration in May when all Newark schools come together at the Newark Library. To date, nearly 800 books from Lincoln have been added to the Newark Library collection. We hope you can join us on February 19th to help celebrate our Lincoln young authors and their accomplishments. Thank you for your continued support of our students and their love of reading and writing. Thank you.
Thank you. Myra?
Good evening, everybody. My name is Myra. I'm a Newark resident with 2 small kids here in Newark at the Newark School District. Mr. Hill has been real help to our families and students in the community, and he gets things done. But at the last board meeting, why was President Thomas continually saying point of order to Mr. Hill? Trying to silence him? Perhaps because the sudden emergency to relocate the district office is an invented crisis. The board has been discussing the district's crumbling infrastructure since before last summer. They made a priority list of facilities projects, but guess what? Moving the district office wasn't on it. They also set up a property asset management committee to figure out the smartest use of every building. But what about the board's core value of transparency? Their actions tell a different story. Because in April of 2025, the superintendent and architect firm Renew Clark exchanged an email discussing selling the district office and Music Elementary to developers. No board or public discussion, no financial numbers showing why this makes sense, no operating reason, just a secret plan. And conveniently, now there's this urgent emergency to relocate the district office. Funny how that fits perfectly into this secret plan. While the board plays real estate tycoon with our school buildings, what are they ignoring? Improving student performance? Boosting enrollment? The board is basically short selling our children's future for grift. Thank you.
Thank you. Ariana?
Good evening, everyone. everyone. My name is Ariana. I'm a 5th grade student and attend school here in Newark. Today I'll be reading a letter to the school board members written by Ken Williams. Hello, I'm Ken Williams, retired faculty of Emeritus of Chabot College Department of Economics and Finance. I have viewed the last board meeting on January 20th, 2026. In the meeting, Mr. Aiden Hill gave an abbreviated report of less than 5 minutes. His report disclosed important large financial matters regarding the district's potential sale of school facilities. If his assertions are correct, then his professional training in finance gives him substantial credibility, then it's my opinion that a financial criminal investigation may be warranted. At the very least, full transparency would require the local news media to follow up on Mr. Hill's allegations. Also, I found it extremely cavalier of President Thomas to call point of orders in order to silence Mr. Hill's report. Sincerely, Ken Williams. Thank you.
Thank you. Idris Hamid Fayez. I'm sorry if I didn't get that right.
Hi, guys.
You go up to the mic.
Hi, guys. My name is Idris. So today, I'm very new here. So today, I am here to talk about the HVAC system. So, as there is a lot of units that have been replaced, I have heard this, and my class, it's an improvement that it's touchscreen. It's not improvement that it actually works. I mean, it doesn't work, guys. So far from the start of the year, we have never actually had like a heating thing inside our classroom, like literally from the start of the year. So yeah, I respectfully please, like, I'm just going to move on to the desk. So the desks are literally falling apart, guys. One day my teacher tried to move a desk. One of the chair legs fell off from the desk. This provides a very unsafe environment for the class, and potentially this could happen to every other like school. I don't really know. I respectfully request to please replace the desks and please get us new desks because, and thank you for letting me speak today, guys.
Thank you
That's it, guys.
very much. Superintendent, Superintendent, could you please follow up to make sure that the desks are safe?
I'll send pictures and video.
Thank you. We have two more, but we're out of time. We could ask the board, do you mind taking two more? It's a few more. Or should we wait till the end of the meeting?
It's okay by me. I
Okay,
would
then
vote
let's-
to extend
let's
by a
do
few
that.
minutes to ensure everybody has a chance to speak.
And this particular person wants a English interpreter for Spanish. So this would be Arlette.
Yeah, I'll be saying the message in both English and Spanish. I actually want to say it in Spanish first, since it's a pretty important message for the community. Estimada mesa directiva escolar y
Excuse me,
superintendente.
but that would be 3 minutes, all
I
right?
would like to say my statement in both languages. I'm
Right.
interpreting for myself since most of the time interpreters have a really hard time keeping up with
No, I
statements.
think that's fine, but can you keep it at 3 minutes?
I wrote it in advance.
Okay,
I came
go ahead.
fully prepared, thank you.
Go ahead.
Me llamo Arlette, soy exalumna de Newark Memorial, clase del 2012 y orgullosa residente de Newark. Estoy aquí hoy para expresar mi indignación ante las amenazas del director de la high school a los estudiantes por participar en una protesta contra violencia migratoria la semana pasada. Exijo una disculpa para los estudiantes y la garantía de que las futuras protestas serán protegidas, no reprimidas. Minnesota está siendo aterrorizada por ICE, la patrulla fronteriza y DHS, quienes violan la ley constitucional y literalmente matan a civiles. Nuestros estudiantes son conscientes de esta violencia y están indignados. Recientemente, nuestros vecinos en Fremont y otras ciudades presenciaron la actividad en ICE, lo que nos demuestra que el riesgo está muy cerca. Nuestra escuela secundaria atiende a familias de Newark con estatus migratorio mixto, por lo que este tema es importante para nuestros estudiantes y nuestra comunidad. Nuestro país está cayendo rápidamente en el fascismo y nuestros estudiantes saben que hay que hacer algo. I think I'll alternate paragraphs so it's a little easier for everyone to kind of understand what's going on. Hello, members of the board and superintendent. My name is Arlette. I'm an alum of Newark Memorial, class of 2012, and a proud resident of Newark. I am here today to share my outrage and disappointment at the high school principal's threats to students if they participated in an anti-ICE walkout last week. I am asking for an apology to the students and reassurance that future protests will be protected and not discouraged. Minnesota is being terrorized by ICE, Border Patrol, and DHS while breaking constitutional law and literally killing civilians. Our students are aware of this violence and are outraged. Recently, our neighbors in Fremont and neighboring cities had ICE activity in their cities, showing all of us that the risk is very close to home. Our high school serves Newark families with mixed status, so this issue is important to our students and our community. Our country is quickly falling into fascism, and our students know something must be done. When the brave Newark Middle School students walked out to stand up for their own families, their friends' families, and our community values, they were met with support from their administration, who walked out with them until the end of the school day. On the same day, Principal Michael Murphy threatened students over the loudspeaker several times with Saturday school or no senior event participation. His hostile threats included search of surveillance cameras to identify protesting students as if they were criminals. He called the police under the guise of student safety to control students and stop their efforts. Principal Murphy even said he is scheduling a protest for students on campus for this week, but no information has been provided to students. This is unacceptable. Students from all over the Bay Area, including from some of the most conservative cities in the Bay, walked out with the support of their admin. These civic actions preserve American rights in this country for all. Principal Murphy deliberately stifled the students' organic civic action and engagement, which are important values taught in class by our Newark teachers when discussing the civil rights movement and other movements in this country. This could have been a powerful learning moment for students. Instead, the principal chose to control student speech and hide their protest. Principal Murphy may argue protests disrupt school and learning, but what better way to learn about government and civil rights than participating in actions like walkouts against ICE during a critical period in our country's history. History teaches us that social justice movements are spearheaded and supported by students. Students in the 60s, the 70s, and the 80s protested Jim Crow, the Vietnam War, and Cold War political persecution, and they were also met with this type of repression from Principal Murphy's. Newark students should not be punished for advocating for what is right and defending their community. Again, my ask tonight is for an apology from Principal Murphy to the students and reassurance that future protests will be protected, not discouraged. The Newark City Council has delegated us a welcoming city as of February of last year, and I would hope the principal would rise to the occasion and support our Newark students and uphold our Newark values. And I want to finish the part in Spanish since I wanted to let y'all know what I was saying. Para los que hablan español, cuando los valientes estudiantes de la escuela secundaria salieron a manifestarse para defender a sus familias, a las familias de sus amigos y los valores de nuestra comunidad, recibieron el apoyo de su administración escolar, que les acompañó hasta el final del día. Ese mismo día, el director Michael Murphy amenazó a los estudiantes de la high school varias veces por el altavoz con castigos como asistir detención escolar los sábados o prohibición de participar en los eventos de fin de curso. Sus amenazas hostiles incluyeron la revisión de cámaras de vigilancia para identificar a los estudiantes que protestaban como si fueran delincuentes. Llamó a la policía con el pretexto de la seguridad estudiantil para controlar a los alumnos e impedir su protesta. Incluso dijo que estaba programando una protesta, pero no ha mandado ninguna información. Esto es inaceptable. Estudiantes en toda la área de la Bahía se han manifestado y han tenido apoyo. Estas acciones preservan los derechos de todos que viven en este país. Y yo voy a terminar aquí diciendo que estoy pidiendo que el director dé una disculpa a los estudiantes y asegure defender y proteger y no reprimir las protestas de estudiantes. I will submit this in both English and Spanish.
Thank you. Just to clarify for the future, the 3 minutes gets extended if you are using, you're not speaking in both Spanish and English, but you're using a translator. Next, we have Richard Woon. Woon, is it? Did I get your last name right?
Yes,
Woon.
Woon. Woon, Richard Woon.
Okay.
Hi, I'm Richard Woon. I'm a parent, coach, and land attorney and commercial real estate developer. I want to make some points about the proposed moving of the district office that was discussed last week. First off, I appreciated Member Hill's comments. I have long been suspicious about the motives of the closure of music, and I'm not sure what the motive is, but I just note that vacating the site would make for a very convenient step transaction if somebody wanted to develop the site in the future by being vacant. Has the fingerprints of a developer all over it right now. Also, if enrollment is dropping right now, the size of the district office should be feasible and adequate for the foreseeable future. Note that. Let's see. Right now, in Newark, home prices are not at an all-time high. So I would note that it is not really a good time to sell land. It's a buyer's market for land. Conversely, it is a buyer's market for construction services. So it would be a good time to improve existing properties with contractors. Notes about the actual estimates that they had on the roofing. I thought the roofing number was quite high, 900,000. I drove the site, called some contractors that I know, and they were giving me estimates more like about half that, half or less. So I thought that was very weird. Also, as far as the IT goes, I'm not an IT guy. I don't know very much about it, but I've had an AI tenant before. I've also had a data analytics tenant. None of them had server rooms. They all co-located their servers somewhere else, and so I don't see why the school can't do it. Maybe it's something I don't understand. All right, thank you very much.
Thank you. Next, we move on to the superintendent's report.
Excuse me, I submitted a
non-agenda. Oh, I'm sorry. Would you please come forward? You submitted one for non-agenda items?
Yes, Ms. Lemus has it.
I don't see it here, but go ahead.
Okay, thank you. Good evening, Board. My name is Leslie. I hold elected officials accountable to voters. I was an organizer of the successful 2022 recall of 3 San Francisco school board members. At the January 20th Newark School Board meeting, board member Aiden Hill exposed that the district office location was tied to a secret plan to sell the district office and other properties to developers. The relocation was rushed as an emergency with no transparency. Hill wasn't grandstanding. He was performing essential oversight, protecting taxpayer money and citing the board's approved property asset management plan. President Thomas repeatedly interrupted with point of order rulings, calling it inappropriate and trying to silence the facts. California rules and standard parliamentary procedure give board members strong protections to speak freely on district business, especially when critiquing proposals. The chair facilitates order. She doesn't censure unilaterally without clear rules or a board vote. Points of order apply to clear violations like off-topic remarks or personal attacks. Hill's comments were core board duties, facts, process, and safeguarding public funds. No insults, no irrelevance. His project management experience lets him spot red flags others miss. The president's interruptions seemed driven by discomfort with scrutiny, not legitimate procedure. Hill offered constructive oversight. The president should facilitate debate, not block it when facts sting. Hill was just being the adult in the room, what voters elected him for. Thank you.
Thank you. Superintendent report.
All right, let me just go ahead and get started. So, good evening, board. Good evening, community. If you can go to slide number 2, please. So we are currently working on our math adoption, and I really want to thank our teachers that came out who were able to learn about the new initiative and the math adoption cycle that's coming out. A committee has been formed, and representation from sites and grade levels across our district participated. Their first meeting was held last week, and the committee had a great conversation focused on mathematical framework and the creation of math vision for Newark Unified School District. The plan is to be able to recommend a new math adoption by May 1st, 2027 to the Board of Education. And I'm sure there'll be a lot more discussions happening as we move forward and the math committee comes together. Next slide. Last Friday, many of our students chose to participate in a protest supporting ICE Out, which is a nationwide shutdown. Staff had no indication that this protest was going to happen at lunch. After the Newark Middle School students left the campus peacefully, staff followed students to ensure their safety. This is the first time our middle school has actually walked out, and we have debriefed about things that we can do to help support our students and to make sure that we get communications out to families as fast as possible. During the walkout, multiple communication messages were shared with the Newark Middle School families via Parent Square, and we also learned some very valuable lessons that can be incorporated into future site and site safety when protests occur. Newark Middle School administration will be having conversations at their PTSA meetings, their school site council, and principal with coffee, and with our ELAC to hear their input and suggestions, and we welcome those suggestions and input. Student safety is our first and foremost concern, and and making sure that that communication follows. Random acts of kindness occurred last week all throughout our district. In our elementary sites, we're very creative in spreading kindness in and outside of their classrooms. And so grateful to our students for some of their very creative and great ideas to be able to support this initiative. And we most definitely welcome this throughout our community. National School Counselors Week, yay. This week we celebrate our secondary counselors. We celebrate this year from February 2nd to 6th, and we highlight their vital proactive roles our counselors play in the student success, academic planning, and career development for our students. So congratulations to our counselors. We really appreciate the work that you do within our community and with our students and families. Next slide. So 26-27 enrollment begins tomorrow. Communication is being sent to families and information is posted on our website. Starting on February 11th, on Wednesday evenings, our enrollment center will have extended hours during this month to be able to support our working families. And also on Saturday, February 21st, we're going to have a walk-in registration event also available to our families. And continuing families need just to complete their 26-27 parent view application for each student. If you're currently enrolled in our district and staying at your site, when you complete that application, you do not have to upload additional documentation at this time. Open house dates and informational nights are here before you, and we will make sure that this is posted on our website to be able to get information out. And so we're excited about coming out and celebrating the great work that's happening in our classes throughout Newark Unified. Newark Memorial High School presents Alice in Wonderland, and this starts this coming Friday, which is opening night, and the final performance will be on Sunday, February 15th at 2 p.m. We have got a link for reserved tickets, and we invite our community to come out to see some of the great new enhancements that have been happening in our theater using some of our Prop 28 funds, and more importantly, to see the outstanding performance of our students. Next slide. Work at the district. Some things that we've been working on and that will be coming forward to the board in the near future is we are currently in the process of doing our architect interviews for the bond projects. They are slated for this Thursday. The RFP for a project manager is currently being advertised, and recommendation is anticipated to be on the March 17th board agenda. And then the asset management interviews are in the process of being scheduled for the entire board to be able to do the interview with the various firms. The Milwaukee Forest project update. I know many over at Schilling were concerned when there was a slight delay as we did some investigation. The district will be working with Schilling to find a new planting date here in the very near future, and we are ready to move forward. We will share additional information at a future board meeting and also with our community to be able to help and support Schilling with getting that word out. Special board meeting is happening on Wednesday, February 11th. And if you're curious as what it's really about our district right-sizing, budget reduction plans in 26-27 school year. The time is going to be starting at 6 p.m. And I do anticipate a closed session happening from 6 to 7. Regular school board meetings starting at 7. And then I just want to share that there's some great pictures that are happening here at NUSD. And some of the great work that's happening at many of our sites and support of our staff, of our students. And with that, I think that concludes our report.
Thank you. Next, we move on to agenda item 12, staff report. And 12.1, we have a speaker, Cindy Parks. And the topic is the LCAP update.
Oh, that's weird. Good evening. At the July 21, 2025 meeting, the board was notified of a $1 million reduction in ELOP funding. On August 5th, I brought to your attention a warrant was issued to Think Together using more than $452,000 of supplemental and concentration fund, your LCAP monies, rather than ELOP grant funds. On September 16th, I referenced the unaudited actuals showing ELOP grant ending fund balance of $364,000. On October 21st, I again raised concerns about the inconsistencies the above-mentioned financial reports and the district's October 7th ELOP and ELOS ACES presentation. This culminated in the superintendent's November 18th report, which stated that various funding sources were used to offset the program's expenditures. She further stated, so any cover or carryover should be returned back to our LCAP and to other budgets that may have contributed to last year's programs. I'm raising this issue because financial accountability requires transparency when restricted funds are redirected. Supplemental and concentration funds are intended to be directly supporting of your unduplicated pupils and programs within the LCAP. When those funds are used to backfill other program costs not within the LCAP, the board and the public deserves a clear explanation and documentation showing compliance with funding requirements. To date, neither this mid-year update nor the 25-26 LCAP, which included a recap of the 24-25 expenditures, addresses the use of the over $452,000 in LCAP funds and where there is a plan to restore those funds. Please get confirmation the funds have been restored. Looking ahead, the district plans to operate a summer program for the ELOP and ACES students across all 7 sites, which is funded with the ELOP grant. It is important that eligibility standards applied consistently. Non-UPP students at all 7 sites should be subject to the same expectations and pay for the same services provided by the district. Fiscal responsibility and equity are closely connected. Consistency and transparent application of fund rules protects compliance, strengthens public trust, and ensures resources reach the students they are intended to serve. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Staff?
Thank you, Board of Trustees, for the opportunity to share our mid-year LCAP update with you this evening. Before I begin, I want to publicly thank the LCAP committee members who are passionate and dedicated. I always appreciate their questions, comments, and suggestions. LEAs are required to provide a mid-year LCAP presentation to the board at a regularly scheduled board meeting each year on or before February 28th. In tonight's presentation, I will be including the requirements for presenting a mid-year update, which includes a report regarding the metrics, actions, expenditures, and mid-year progress. There are 4 key areas that guide our work in the current LCAP, including student outcomes, strategic goals, and ongoing consultation and comments from LCAP committee members. When NUSD adopted our LCAP and budget last June, the state budget was not adopted by the legislature. The adopted state budget impacted the amount of funding that the district received as indicated on the mid-year update column. There are required components for tonight's presentation. Our current 3-year LCAP has 39 metric outcomes. Due to time constraints, I will not be sharing the results for all 39 metrics. Instead, I'll be providing metric highlights for each goal. I have included a link at the bottom of several slides in the presentation to our mid-year LCAP monitoring report where families and community can view all baseline and mid-year data. I am using colors to denote the status of our metrics data. Red means the outcome of the metric is unknown. Blue indicates that a metric is in progress, and for the mid-year report, we do not have finalized data to share. And green indicates that the metric is known. We have current data to indicate our progress. I'm also using colors to denote the status of our expenditures and the implementation of them. The color red will indicate that an outcome is planned or not implemented. The color blue will indicate the expenditure is in progress, and the color green will indicate an expenditure is completed. Goal 1. The intent of Goal 1 is to provide equitable, challenging, and engaging instructional settings, incorporating a multi-tiered support system for English learners to promote academic success for all students. For these slides, the metric is listed on the left-hand side. Our 23-24 baseline is next, followed by our mid-year progress, indicated with colors that I previously shared. And the last column is the desired outcome we are trying to achieve by the end of next school year. Metric 1 and 2 focus on student outcomes in math. We have succeeded our baseline goal of 35.17% as we increased our overall CASP results to 39%, and we are 11% away from our desired outcome of 50%. As a district, we use iReady to measure K-8 performance throughout the school year. The last iReady assessment was administered in mid-October to students in grades 1 through 8. In October, students in grades 1 through 8 were at 35% on grade level in math at that time. Our third iReady diagnostic window started just yesterday. Kindergarten students will take their first assessment, and students in grades 1 through 8 will share their growth from October to the end of January. Metrics 1, 3, and 1.4 focus on student outcomes in English language arts. Like math, we have exceeded our baseline of 44% as we made a 5% gain in ELA on the CASP in 24-25, and we are 10% away from our desired outcome of 59%. For iReady, although we are below our baseline of 49%, the 41% are results again from last October, only 8 weeks into the school year. As mentioned on the previous slide, the third iReady diagnostic window just opened, and I'm confident that our results will be higher as every week we monitor student usage and growth. We continue to have a strong focus on outcomes for our multilingual students. Currently, we have 843 multilingual learners, and 13.9% have achieved a level 4 on the annual LPAC assessment, indicating that they are close to being reclassified. Last year for this metric, we were at 10.78%, so we are moving in the right direction. For metric 1.6, we made progress from last year as our reclassification total was 7%, and this year it is 8.5%. Our desired outcome of 35% seems a bit lofty. However, our 25-26 summative LPAC window just opened yesterday, and I look forward to sharing those results. We have seen a decline in the number of students who are meeting UC/CSU requirements. We are exploring ways to increase access and course enrollment. For metric 1.10, we are continuing to develop CTE pathway programs, including a focus on capstone projects. Next slide. A requirement of the year-to-year LCAP presentation is to publicly share all expenditures for each action item as well as our implementation progress. On the column titled Budgeted Expenditures, I've indicated the allocated funding for each action item, and the fourth column shares our year-to-date expenditures. Note that some LCAP actions were discontinued for this school year, and I've indicated them on the slide. As shared in the implementation status column, highlighted in blue, LCAP items for 1.1 through 1.7 are in progress. For the remaining actions for LCAP Goal 1, we are implementing as planned. Action 1.8 is completed as these are approved board contracts for supplemental support at our school sites. Finally, to close out LCAP Goal 1, Action 1.4 is not completed as this action supports certificated and classified stipends for the high school credit recovery summer program. For Action 1.5, through a collaborative process, the high school will implement an English and math diagnostic assessment in the fall called STAR Renaissance. And Action 1.16 is funding 50% of 8 teachers' salaries who have high enrollment of unduplicated students. LCAP Goal 2 centers around a welcoming and inclusive environment for all parents, families, and community as partners in the education and support of all students' success in school. Our graduation rates remain stable, and we noticed an increase in chronic absenteeism. We are working with the county and sites to identify barriers to success in this area. For metric 2.3, we continue to monitor the number of suspensions district-wide, and we are moving in the right direction to achieve our desired outcome. For 2.12, we have surpassed our baseline of 92.6%. As of the last reporting period, our ADA reporting to date was 94.15%, showing that we are making progress toward our desired outcome of 95%. For actions 2.1 through 2.6 under Goal 2, funding is currently in progress. Action 2.5 is a contract with Wellness Together to provide mental health and other supports to students in our families. This year, we increased our Wellness Together contracts so that all sites throughout the district are receiving these services. Based on our completed needs assessment, we are able to allocate Learning Recovery Emergency Block Grant funds to this action in order to address chronic absenteeism at Schilling, Coyote Hills, and Bridgepoint. For 2.6, we did change the title of the Coordinator for College, Career, and Community Services position to Student Success Coordinator in the Educational Services Department. Goal 3. This goal has strong focus on learning conditions and the need to create safe learning environments to enrich the social, emotional, and physical health of students. 2 of the metrics in Goal 3 focus on the results from the annual California Healthy Kids Survey. While the desired outcome is for students to answer questions on the survey at 100%, we are making progress with a higher percentage of students indicating that they feel connected to school, are academically motivated, and perceive school as being safe. These 3 metrics refer to progress to our high school students. For metric 3.3, we see significant growth in our AP exam rate as we have surpassed the desired outcome. For metric 3.4, this includes a smaller number of students who finished a full CTA pathway for graduation. Our next steps towards meeting our goal is to strengthen our CTA pathway, sequencing students can complete a full concentrated course sequence, and to build a master schedule where students who start a pathway complete it. Overall, the actions intended to meet Goal 3 are in progress of being implemented. Action 3.3 is for our annual reclassification ceremony in April. And for metric 3.7, we are exploring the possible purchase of AEDs at our school sites as well as emergency supplies. Goal 4 is only for Bridgepoint High School using equity multiplier funds. Equity multiplier funds are determined by a statewide identifier which provides specific funds to improve student outcomes in schools with the highest non-stability rate, greater than 25% turnover in student enrollment. Bridgepoint's equity multiplier goal was developed 2 years ago, and staff and parents wanted to focus on the reduction of suspensions and the need to support students as they prepare for their college years and/or careers. I would like to highlight metric 4.1, as a high percentage of students were previously being suspended at Bridgepoint. We are very close to our desired outcome of 6% with the current result of 7.1%. For metric 4.2, we saw a small decline in the graduation rate, as well as a small increase for metric 4.3. Goal 4 has one important action item. A Home and School Club community liaison for Bridgepoint High School is supporting students and families based on the metric for this goal. Year-to-date expenditures are noted. This year, we are focusing on student stories. How can we learn, make connections, and support our students to ensure they reach their fullest potential in NUSD? Our LCAP metrics, goals, actions, expenditures, and implementations indicate that we are seeing positive change, and I want to recognize the certificated and classified staff who are working hard every day to make this happen. We also have some next steps. The LCAP committee is beginning their work to review and revise current actions in the LCAP, and I will present the revised LCAP to the board in June. In closing, Newark Unified School District is committed to the successful implementation of the LCAP, ensuring that students receive the vital services and support necessary for their academic and personal growth. This concludes my presentation.
Thank you. Board? Mr. Hill?
Thank you, President Thomas, and thank you, Ms. Allard, for the great presentation, and love the fact that you're using SMART goals, right? Specific, measurable, attainable, relevant, and time-based, and all of your goals have that, so it's really appreciated. And that's how we're gonna make progress. One question though, one of the elements that you have is suspension rates. And I think that this is a tricky area. It's kind of like graduation rates, where of course we want to have everybody graduate, but we want to have, but at the same time, it's not a participation trophy, right? So it indicates attainment in terms of graduation rates, right? So you've accomplished, you've reached some specific measurable outcome. On the suspension rate, I think that that of course we want to have 0 suspensions, but the reason that suspensions happen a lot of times, it's based on ed code and law and safety and that kind of thing. And so what kind of protections do we put in place to make sure that we're not artificially driving down suspension rates and inadvertently, creating a potential safety issue?
This was one area for me when I first arrived, is for a 9-school district, when we had 432 suspensions in 1 year. So we dropped it significantly to, I think, 220. I could be off a little bit. But there is now a collaborative effort between the school district, or the school sites, and my office when we are considering suspension. What are possible other ways that we can think about if it's not a blatant, defiant ed code violation?
Mr. Block?
Thank you. Thank you very much for the very informative presentation. It's great to just get an overview about how things are going on all these different goals. I had a couple of questions. You'd mentioned the decline in the percentage of students that were UC and CSU eligible. You talked a little bit about the idea of bringing in capstone projects to try to address it. I was wondering what your analysis was as to the causes of that decline, and if there's anything that we as a board can support with in terms of getting that back in a positive direction.
I'm working with the county on that now, because there's lots of indicators and measures within that one to really take a look.
Yeah.
It's appearing that our students are in A through G classes, they're just not getting the C or higher to get to the A through G rate. That's one area that we're currently taking a look at and doing just a deeper dive as to how many students that affected and how that could have changed our current data.
Got it. Thank you. And with regards to the new NMHS diagnostic in the fall, do you have any additional detail you can provide, or is that going to have to wait till?
It was just voted on last week, I believe, with approval to move forward. Pretty intense process to go through it, but the teachers who are on the committee were happy with the decision that they made. They did not want iReady at the high school level. We tried it, we piloted. The kids said, I've seen these questions before, I don't like this, maybe something new. So we're excited to see what happens so that we can get some data at the high school level.
Great, thank you.
Ms. Jones?
I just want to say thank you for the report, and I look forward to attending the meetings this spring.
Thank you very much for that comprehensive report. I'd like to go back to the A through G. The data that I've analyzed doesn't reveal how many do not pass their courses at a C or better level, but it does show that the significant number of students who take the first year of language do not take the second year. And so it appears that there are fewer students that take geometry after algebra or algebra 2 after geometry, and both of those are required to get A through G. Have you done any analysis of what students are failing A through G because of their grades compared to what we could do to make sure that they're taking the courses that are required for A through G? Besides, ours is the second lowest A through G completion in Alameda County, not something we should be very satisfied with.
We're just starting to dig into that data now, again, in collaboration with the county. I'm more than happy to share that to you in a report. I don't have it right now. In regards to the math as well, I think we need to start to take a look at our secondary math pathways, and that's something that I could plan to start to tackle next year.
Thank you. Okay.
Through the board.
Oh, Mr. Anguano?
Ms. Eller, yeah, thank you. Yes, thank you, President Thomas. Ms. Aller, really appreciate the LCAP presentation along with the committee members that put all their efforts and also support into the presentation today. I had a quick question in regards to the LCAP goal on slide number 8. It says the multi-tier support system for English learners. Now that particular, the goal itself that we're looking into, how are we meeting these requirements if we don't have an actual bilingual aid supporting the LPAC process or the reclassification administering, helping administering the test for this particular goal.
Can you give me more clarification? Because we do have LPAC testers at all of our sites helping with that. Maybe I'm misunderstanding.
At the high school, do we have the actual bilingual aide assisting and helping? Or I know the position was posted at one point. It's no longer there. Is that something we're focusing on bringing back? And also just seeing that we're amongst the LPAC testing right now as we speak.
Yeah.
We just want to make sure we do have that support there.
Can I refer to my colleague, Mr. Williams, regarding that, since it's a position?
Yeah, the position, we have received paperwork from the high school, and we are in process of onboarding someone for that position.
So someone's actually interviewed?
Someone has interviewed, and it's recommended to HR for processing.
Okay, so that's why the position is no longer on EdJoin.
Correct.
Okay, thank you.
All right. Thank you. So next, 12.2, Superintendent.
If I could just add a comment regarding our bilingual aides. So one of the decisions that was made actually a couple of years ago was to make sure that none of our aides were on a list for reduction. And as a matter of fact, we found other creative ways to go off and fund them as we've lost, federal funding, received federal funding, like it's gone back and forth. At one point, it was inside SIPSAs. We pulled it out of SIPSAs because we weren't so sure that federal funding was coming in for the title funding. So we've made sure that our aides have stayed consistent at all of our schools as much as possible. I realized that through vacancies that occasionally, we do have someone who leaves us and either gets a job someplace else or, something that maybe offers more hours or some additional skill levels. And many of our aides are actually going back to school to be able to become other kinds of educators to be able to help support our students. So I just want you to know that it's been an important element, I think, from our district to make sure that bilingual aides has been given the attention that it needs based on who our students are, and that there's been no reduction that's been made, as far as I know, on our list since I've been here.
And just to follow up on that, if we could go ahead and just get clarification ahead of time to know what's happening in regards to the positions, because we're already in the testing era, right, for LPAC. For us to have, Member Jones just mentioned it just started yesterday. So having these individuals in the right place alleviates a lot of headache with the administrators just following up, just so we go ahead and have a heads up on that.
I do want to say that it is our assistant principals at the high school who are helping with the LPAC assessment as again right now. I had the pleasure of seeing them within the testing environment today, wishing them all let's do it. This is the last year. Let's make it sure that you no more have to take it after this year.
Great, thank you.
Thank you. So I guess next we move on to 12.2, the letter from the Alameda County Office of Education regarding our 25-26 first interim budget report.
Thank you. Before you this evening is a letter that came from Alameda County Office of Education. No surprises in the letter. When we presented our first interim, we recognized that we were not in a positive situation. We continue to work towards, as we move towards second interim and as we move into our new budget adoption, to be able to make the adjustments that we need to in order to try to bring all 3 years back together. Although I will say that third year, I think, will be a difficult one for most districts throughout California that are declining in enrollment. It's one that we're going to have to continue to watch and continue to, right size when we can, continue to use our attrition strategies that we've been doing here inside the district. They've been working, and then some of the budget monitoring things that we're doing. I think one of the things that will be exciting for us this coming year as we continue to move forward is the work that will be coming out of business services with our new manager that's working with us on procurement. I can tell you there have already been some good changes that have been made in trying to address and be able to look at systems to be able to help streamline things and make sure that we don't have redundancy in some of our spending. So I think those will be important elements as we move forward to try to help the district move and grow, and also work off of using some of our CMAS contracts so that we get a better bang for our dollar.
Mm-hmm. Any questions from the board? I assume our special meeting next week will shed light on on this topic?
Yes, so more information, yes. I mean, we are definitely looking at, the positions that through attrition that we've been, keeping track of. We'll be sharing that information with you. Any of our vacancies that are out there that we are able to close without impeding upon staff, we're going to be sharing that information along with some other alignment issues that we might need to do.
Thank you. Okay. Next, we move on to new business, the audit report for fiscal year ended June 30th, 2025.
Thank you. At this time, I'd like to invite our auditor to come forward and present our audit report. Last night, it was presented before the audit committee. And so Jeff is here with us this evening. It's good to see you.
Okay, it's good to see you too. Thank you. Good evening. It's my privilege to be here to present the audit report for the year ended June 30th, 2025. For those of you on the audit committee, I apologize for not being there last night. My son was in a auto incident and needed my attention immediately. So Moran my manager, was able to step in and hopefully answer your questions that you had. So I'd like to present a few of the high-level details of the audit report and then answer any questions that you might have. So I'll focus my comments on page 75 in the audit report, which is towards the back. It's the schedule of audit findings and question costs, summary of auditors' results. I'll give you just a second to make your way towards the back. So this page here provides a good summary of what's in this audit report from an audit perspective. If you only had a few minutes to be able to look at the high-level details. So first relates to the opinion over your financial statements. The district received an unmodified opinion this year related to your financial statements. That's the type of opinion you want on your financial statements. Your financial statements comply with all the applicable accounting pronouncements and are free of material misstatement. Below there is remarks related to internal control, material weaknesses or significant deficiencies, and I'm happy to report that there were none of those in this report for this year. Below there is the section on federal compliance. So because the district receives more than $750,000 in federal expenditures, you're required to have a federal audit done. And so this year the district received an unmodified opinion regarding federal compliance. So there were no federal compliance findings. This year we were required to look at the special education cluster. Essentially we're required as your auditors on a triannual basis to look at the significant programs that are from the federal government related to the district. And so this year on rotation, that was special education. Right below there, your note that it says the auditee qualifies as a low-risk auditee, which means that you've had several years of no material weaknesses in your internal control, and you've had no significant compliance findings related to federal compliance. So you're considered a low-risk auditee in the eyes of the federal government. What that really means for us is that we have to get a certain level of coverage of expenditures related to federal expenditures every year. As a low-risk auditee, we have to look at 20% versus 40% if you are a high-risk auditee. So for most districts, that number actually really doesn't come into play a lot for us as auditors because of the rotation requirements that we have to do related to your major programs. And then lastly, you received an unmodified opinion this year regarding state compliance. And if you recall from last year, that was a qualified opinion. So this year you have an unmodified opinion, which again is good news to bring to the board's attention. Behind this page are the findings and recommendations in this report. There is only one finding in the report this year. And again, when you compare that to the prior year there were 8 findings in the report, and this year there's 1. So obviously, again, a mark of significant improvement there. There was 1 state compliance finding this year related to home-to-school transportation reimbursement, and essentially one of the requirements is to submit data to the state. And we were unable to verify that happened. Not that it necessarily didn't happen, but just they weren't able to provide support to show that it did happen. There's no fiscal impact to that finding, so that's another good thing, I guess, if you have a finding, is to not have a fiscal impact related to the finding. As I mentioned, right behind this page is the status of findings of prior year. And again, there were 8 findings in the prior year, and all those findings have been properly implemented for this year's audit. So always, part of our job is to circle back and look at the findings of the prior year and see where you stand with them this year, and it's good to see that those were addressed. Other comments to bring to your attention is there were no audit adjustments this year. So the numbers that were given to us as part of your unaudited actuals are the numbers that are in this report tonight without any modifications by us as your auditors. So again, good news to report. We also had no uncorrected misstatements. So those are the smaller differences as we go through the audit. We make sure they don't aggregate into a number that becomes material to your financial statements. Just to conclude my comments, again, happy to bring this audit to a close for the year. A lot of work has been put in by your staff and appreciate their support, not only in fiscal services, but also throughout the district, looking at all the different compliance areas that we have to look at. And there's a lot of them that apply to your district. And so we appreciate all of their support to be able to wrap this audit up and bring it to your tonight for your approval. So with that, I'd be happy to answer any questions.
Member Hill?
Thank you, Mr. Jensen, for the great summary. And what I'm wondering, if you wouldn't mind, because I know that there's a lot of people in the community that may not always understand the intricacy of audits and financial statements and kind of what this means. But I think that maybe if we were going to use a term, and if accountants were going to use a term, they would use the term that our statements are fairly stated.
That's correct.
Right, and so that's your. So would you mind just giving a brief little description so that the public really understands what you're telling? Because I think it's a great story, but I just want to make sure that everybody understands.
Sure. So, with any audit, there is a level of materiality that's required to be assessed. And there are several different reporting levels within your audit report based off of different aspects of your operations. So part of our job is when we start as your auditors at the beginning of every year is to understand the risk assessment of the district and to kind of understand the systems and processes that you have in place in order to be able to determine, essentially a risk threshold for us related to your financial reporting. That basically dovetails into a materiality assessment of what we think, in our opinion, a reader of the financial statements would consider significant to your financial statements or insignificant to your financial statements. That's a number that we don't share with the board, we don't share with management. It's a number for us that essentially it's my comfort level of where I feel comfortable to be able to, that we've done enough work to be able to sign your audit opinion at the end of the day and be able to say that your financial statements are fairly stated, which means that we believe all the significant transactions of the district have been accounted for correctly and are properly presented from a financial reporting perspective under the GASB framework, the Government Accounting Standards Board's framework of government's financial statements are essentially reported correctly in this report.
Well, I have a question. There was no findings under internal control over financial reporting, and yet, I did some analysis of stipends and found that there were tens of thousands of dollars in stipends that were overpaid. And at what point should the board be concerned about the apparent lack of internal controls over issues like the stipends? Also, there's issues maybe with school-connected organizations and the finances with them and their relationship with the district. Is there no place with our auditor to dig a little deeper into some of these concerns?
So as you'll recall in the meetings when you were part of the audit committee earlier this year, part of our starting point is to understand concerns that the committee has and to tailor those into our audit approach. Again, we have to assess a level of materiality at some point because the audit has to, again, an audit is not an audit if you're auditing every last dollar, if you will, that's being transacted. Related to the significant controls of the district, we didn't find any significant deficiencies or material weaknesses in internal controls. Otherwise, we would have reported those as part of this audit report because that's what we're required by standard to include in a government audit report. Regarding your school-connected organizations, that's a tricky one too because this is not ASB, this is boosters, right? I assume your question.
Yeah.
they are technically independent of the school district. And while they may use your name in order to help fundraise or to do business, if you will, at the end of the day, they are a independent organization that is kind of outside the purview of our audit. And that can be a good or bad thing too, right? As far as bringing some of that in may cause more heartache than you realize, as far as keeping them at an arm's length, if you will. But it's something that a lot of school districts struggle with because, again, a lot of the public may perceive them as kind of doing the business of the district, but at the end of the day, legally, they really aren't. They're a separate not-for-profit organization.
Well, that's very helpful. Do you have any advice for districts to what they can do to tighten up their internal controls?
Well, specifically on like school-connected organizations, I have had other districts where they have asked, you can ask for basic information, in exchange for being able to call yourself a connected organization of the district. So asking who are the key officers of the booster, maybe asking even for basic financial information. That's part of an agreement that you may have with the booster organizations. That can vary from district to district, and your legal counsel might be a better advisor in what you can and can't, ask for from a separate organization in exchange for them essentially using your name in a fundraising effort.
Thank you. I assume an internal auditor position or an internal auditor would be able to dig into these areas where your firm could not, but
potentially.
Yeah.
Again, it depends kind of on, especially with the booster organizations, they may not be able to access that information either because they're not an employee or a member of that booster.
Yeah. Well, we could say they have no access to our students and no free use of our facility unless they give us that information. And I believe that's in our policies right now, but I don't believe they're being enforced.
And that can be an effective means of getting a response from them as well.
Right. Thank you.
Mm-hmm.
Okay.
If I could just.
Oh, Mr. Hill?
Oh, thank you. I just kind of wanted to follow up and tag back on what you were asking, Member Thomas, with regards to the stipends and some of the things that we're putting into practice now. So part of it is how you're actually going to see things that actually show up on our agenda. So that's one element of it. And then we also have a way of being able to generate reports, which I think has been shared with the audit committee as well. So we have actually put some things in practice to really try to help change and help ensure that in the future that the standards and stuff are being met and that is being equitably distributed.
I'm extremely grateful for the work you've done since the beginning of the year. Thank you.
You're welcome.
Mr. Hill?
I need to really thank staff. It's been,
Yeah.
I mean, Mr. Williams has been amazing with helping us get that done since he's come on board.
Thank you.
Great, thank you. And then along the lines of what President Thomas is saying, I think that there are still opportunities to tighten up our internal controls, right? And so stipends could be one. And the thing that I think a lot of times that people don't understand is that what the auditor is essentially doing is saying, okay, you have a process. Are you following your process? Mm-hmm. But there may not be significant constrictions within that process, right? And so that's ultimately up to us if we want to tighten things down. But what I would like to say is I would like to congratulate the superintendent and the director of fiscal services for all the hard work, because I just know we were, so Member Anguiano and I were in the audit committee pre-meeting last night, and I just know that when I first joined here 5 years ago, we had major audit findings, and there were thousands and thousands and thousands of dollars that we owed back to the state, and there were all sorts of issues. And so, and one of the things that your audit manager had told us last night was that she felt that Nancy, our fiscal director, had been very responsive and was really working hard to put a lot of things in place. So I think we're now walking the talk, right? The things that we're saying we're doing. It's showing up in your audit that you feel comfortable, basically giving us an unmodified position. And so I just want to thank, our staff, and especially given the fact that that we had some people that were playing two roles. So thank you for getting us to the point where we are.
And congratulations to staff on a clear audit. Thank you.
All right. Thank you for the opportunity to work with the district.
Just want to thank you very much for your time, for working with us. Our staff was working weekly. There was weekly meetings happening with our auditor for months. And I got to say, it was an intense process. I think we also made it intense for ourselves because there are things that we want to be able to correct. It also gave us a chance to learn a little bit more about areas that we're going to want to go back and even do some additional self-corrections, even though they may not have been a finding here. We also recognize that there's things within our system that we are also curious about. I think that piece around the transportation report, what's interesting for us, I can't produce some of the reports that I do, and I don't know why it doesn't come back out on the out end. So again, one of those things that we kind of have to look at, because like when you get, when you're doing like some of your financial reports, whether it's for first interim or for unaudited actuals, and you're putting things inside the system, and you actually get like a report that comes back to you that tells you whether or not you've got fatal errors, right? If you've got fatal errors, you gotta go ahead and get to go make some corrections, kind of have to figure out like what's going on. This one little report, although we can find it for certain years, we can't understand why it won't come out of the system. Because there's no way that we could actually stick everything in that we had to stick in and then not be able to retrieve this report. So we don't know if it's a system-wide error, but it was frustrating for us because we tried every which way. Mr. Williams tried, our Director of Fiscal Services tried. I know I was looking at it, county was looking at it, and I felt like we were like trying to figure out like what is the issue. And so again, it may be something that's inside the SAC system, but it shouldn't be. Like the information is in there. I just don't know why it's not being retrieved out. So it's frustrating for us. We hope to correct that and figure out where that little mystery is. But I will tell you that the team is on it. So thank you. And thank you.
Thank you. So this next agenda item is mine, bringing it to the board.
Before we do that, don't we need to make a motion to accept the audit
Oh, yes.
report?
Yeah, I would love to have a motion to accept the audit report.
I will make that motion.
I'll second.
It's been made and seconded. Please vote after I put this up. Where do I put it? Please vote. I'm still learning this system. Five ayes. Student member, did you want to vote on this? Okay. Thank you.
I see a thumbs up over
I see a thumbs up. Okay, 6 ayes. Okay. So I was so anxious to move on to this next item. So I've been doing some serious self-reflection following my outburst during our last meeting. Negative interactions between board members at our meetings are uncalled for, and they are a poor reflection on the entire body, and for that, I apologize. I think this is an opportune time for the board to do its annual self-evaluation. We've been together as a board for 1 year now, and we've gotten to know each other over that time. I hope you will consider using California School Board Association's evaluation tool, which was described to me earlier today, and their consulting services to lead us in a self-reflection exercise based on the results of their tool. So here's how the CSBA process tool works. First of all, we agree as a first step that we want to do a self-evaluation. Then we decide on a date and time. We could do it that date and time now, or we could work it out later with the facilitator if we choose to get a facilitator. Third, if we want to use CSBA's self-evaluation tool and use their consulting services to facilitate our meeting, we will request a contract from CSBA. I've been told the cost for the tool and a facilitated meeting of up to 6 hours would be $3,700 plus travel expenses. So next, we would decide on a 2-week window during which we will each answer prompts from an online tool that CSBA provides. The tool consists of 5 pages of 58 prompts and covering the 11 categories of board effectiveness. For each prompt, we will provide a rating, each one of us individually, of almost always, often, less often, rarely, or not sure. Then CSBA will tabulate and keep this information confidential in the tool, and they will send each member a report with perception data, how the board members individually perceive the board's effectiveness. The governance team then meets with the facilitator to review the aggregate results of their board self-evaluation, and we identify areas of strength, we discuss growth opportunities. We reflect on our performance and board unity and governance culture, board operations and our key responsibilities, direction setting, structure, support, community leadership, and accountability. So I have these handouts, what I just read, plus the last page has a chart that shows how we will be shown the results of the self-evaluation tool that we use. So my request to the board is, can we go ahead with a CSBA facilitated self-evaluation following what I just described? Ms. Jones?
Yeah, I think it would be a good idea at this point. We have been together for a year, and as we move forward this next year, it'll give us help to give us some guidance also on things we need to work on as a collective, so as a board. So I would be in favor of this.
Mr. Block?
Thank you. I would be inclined to agree. I believe I had read that there was a little bit of research indicating that school boards that consistently self-evaluate ultimately lead to greater academic success for the students of that district, perhaps in part because they're modeling the idea of metacognition and reflection and improving upon one's mistakes. It doesn't seem like a super absurd cost, and if it leads us all to be more effective in serving our students in the community, then I think it's well worth it.
Thank you. Member Hill?
Thank you. Yes, I'm supportive, just so long as we can look at the timing, because for at least for me personally, as a teacher, this is the very, very busy time, especially also with FBLA. So if we can get a window that potentially works for everybody, that would be great.
Member Arguiano?
Same here. I do like the tool itself, with everything that President Thomas just mentioned. Just having that we have to make a commitment not to just take this particular tool and self-evaluate one, but also really take in consideration the time that we're pouring back into one another to be individuals, role models for our community. Because we could go ahead and take any tool and be evaluated, but if we're not taking this to heart and being honest with each other, the tool's not going to go ahead and function. So the commitment is there. I'm all for it, but just that dedication and the passion that we have, which the outcome is our students. We have to remember that.
So I appreciate that. So I'll take that as a kind of consensus of the board, and I'll move forward to get a contract. What what timing works for us? We could do I don't know if we'd need an entire 6 hours, but we could do 3 or 4 hours one evening, or we could do the same thing on a Saturday morning, for example. Do you have, I mean, we can always poll you and work with the superintendent on things that wouldn't interfere with the district.
You do have a couple other high priorities that are coming up here in the very near future that's going to be taking up some of your time. If I could just kind of share with you, just kind of like thinking out loud. I know that you got your superintendent search. You're going to be spending one Saturday morning, I know, just going through the applications. You'll be spending another Saturday doing your interviews. We also want to be able to bring forward the asset management companies for her to be able to do an interview with as well. And so I'm trying to get all those things scheduled. I think one of the good things is even if you move forward and got this piece of it done, it could be a really great discussion as you guys move into your goal setting session to be able to incorporate that into your overall workshop. And that might be something that maybe you could work with the facilitator with CSBA on that you would normally do this coming summer. So it might be like the perfect timing to be able to have that reflection and then be able to incorporate that into your goal setting session as well. Just as a thought, not that that's the only thought, but I'm just kind of throwing that out there, thinking about your time, things coming up. And then we're getting all this graduation stuff happening like in May.
I know.
And that's going to be, a time that we get to go out and go celebrate with our schools.
So why don't I sit down with you, or maybe Mr. Block and I sit down with you and look at the calendar and come up with some potential windows of time. And from there, we would be able to negotiate with CSBA on whether that time works for them. And the 2 weeks before that, we would need to put our individual votes in.
And we might even want to look like as forward as July, so if you are going to do your board retreat and be able to work together, think about what those timelines are and make sure that we actually get that booked with the facilitator that you want.
You weren't thinking of July for this?
I'm just saying for your facilitator that you usually do for your goal setting session, also incorporate that in there with it as well.
Okay, I wouldn't want to wait till July for the...
No, I'm not saying wait till July, but you might use this information to help you with your goal setting.
I get it.
To go along with it, yeah.
Okay.
And just as you look at the calendar, just a request, so February and April are very busy months for FBLA. I don't know all the things that the superintendent has going on. I mean, March is potential for me if we wanted to do it earlier, or maybe early part of May before all the graduation stuff happens. So just my input.
Okay.
Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you all for that. I really appreciate it. So next, we move on to old business, superintendent.
Yeah, so actually, this item really should have been incorporated underneath 15.1. And I don't know how it got shifted up. We had some technical difficulties, I think, over the weekend with the board doc system, not related to us. It was something on the board doc side of it. And I want to thank Toya for her work that she did with working with them and trying to come up with a good solution to be able to get everything published. But I think this piece might have shifted up. And so I just, anyways, this is just a regular old MOU that we would normally do with one of our colleges and a partner that we would have out there.
Is that, if we have no questions or comments, I would entertain a motion to approve the MOU with St. Mary's College of California.
I'll approve.
A second.
Or make a motion to approve, sorry.
Okay.
I'll second.
Okay, there you go. Please vote.
Could you take it from here for a moment?
Student board member?
Oh, we need to take a vote for 13.2 as well.
Pardon?
We need to take a vote for the self-evaluation as well. We didn't formally.
Well, you just gave me general direction. I will, the approval will come in the form of a contract.
But it was an action item on the.
Oh, it's an action item? Okay.
But hold on, it says discussion too. Right, so.
I mean,
We
I
don't
don't think.
have to take action.
I don't think we have to take action. It's,
It's within my signing authority. I think I can help you.
yeah. So
Right,
the
let's
next thing,
finish
yeah,
this
and
one first.
The superintendent has signing authority for something that size. Okay. So for this 14.1, it was 6 ayes, including the student board member preferential vote. Okay, thank you. Next, we move on to consent agenda personnel items. Is there any one of those that board members or staff would like to pull?
No.
Seeing no comments, would we please have a motion and a second for approving the personnel items consent agenda?
I move to, oh, sorry, go ahead. I'll make a motion to approve the personnel items.
And a second? Member Anguiano seconds. Please vote. And the student member does not vote on personnel items. Five ayes. Thank you. So next we move on to the consent agenda non-personnel items. We have 16.3 is
23.
16.23 is been pulled by
Public comment.
who?
It's Cindy.
Ms.
It's her
Parks.
handwriting. Her
Ms.
name's not
Ms.
on there.
Parks' handwriting.
That's
You
okay.
did- We didn't have a name, but we figured
We
it
got
was
the
you.
handwriting.
You're one of the few people left in the audience. Please come forward if you'd like.
You want to hear me first?
Unless you'd like to wait.
I mean, you've done it before the other way, so I don't care whichever way. I actually meant to speak earlier, so, but you didn't call anybody during that time. This is regarding the minutes from last meeting. And once again, I have to say I disagree with listing my public comments under the earlier agenda item 10.2. I didn't speak during that agenda item. I spoke prior to 13.1 and 16.14. I believe the minutes should properly represent what took place at the meeting. Thank you.
Thank you. Would it be appropriate for us to we will make that correction in the minutes. Thank you. Given that, I would entertain a motion for approving 16.2 to 16.22 and 16.24, period.
Actually, you can.
With the amendment for the one.
With the amendment.
Yeah, you can do them all then. You just do them all.
Okay, let's do them all with the one correction. Could I get a motion?
Oh, I'll make a motion.
Okay,
I'll second.
okay. Please vote. And the student board member, your vote is yes? Okay.
There you go.
With that, it's 6 ayes. Thank you. Perhaps we can get this fixed for the next meeting so that we represent student board member on the tallying. Thank you. So that brings us to 17. Committee reports, announcements, requests, debrief, and discussion. Let's see, should I go clockwise this time? I'll go clockwise.
Pick it as you want.
Yeah.
Does that
Okay,
mean you're starting?
yes.
Oh, that
I'll
means you're
start
starting
with
with me. Okay. I want to thank the staff for working so hard on getting all of the updated board policies on the agenda. In a little over 2 years, we have brought forward over 300 policies that have been, I know, it's a daunting number, over 300 policies that were either outdated or updated because of new laws for various reasons. But That's quite an accomplishment when you think about it. It's been 27 months. Went back and looked at it. 27 months, 300 policies, 20 more tonight, so we can say that's 320. In the next 2 months, we hope to have updated all of our outdated policies, including the new ones that just came through for January. At the beginning of the month, we'll be looking at those at our next meeting. But I just want to thank everyone for all their extremely hard work on getting this done. It's taken all kinds of staff to review, to read. Superintendent has read a ton of these. Member Thomas and myself have read through literally all of them. I've spent a lot of time reading all of them as well. Trying to catch those, if it's an option 1 or option 2, looking at what the new language is. But again, a lofty goal, and I feel so proud of all of the incredible hard work that everyone has done to get us to this point. So I just really want to say a big thank you.
Thank you. Member Anguiano?
Just echoing with Member Jones just mentioned, just thank you everyone that came out, took their time, and also our counselors, since it is National Counselors Week. Just to say hello and thank you for everything that you guys do with your teams. Really, your work does not go unseen. The families that came out with our students just took a lot of bravery for them to come, courage, and this is what civic engagement, this is how it starts. It begins with coming and expressing your concerns and your thoughts, and I really take that to the next level, and I really appreciate that. And also to Superintendent Vacar for everything that we've done together, and also just appreciative of all the hard work that you're doing with also our cabinet, and just knowing that we're fully seated. It's really, really just a good feeling. To my fellow board members as well, just wanted to say thank you, and for the patience in the sense that we do have to help and support one another, even through thick and thin. So we have to make sure that we're there, representing our community to the fullest. Thank you much.
Member Hill?
Thank you, President Thomas. So two things. So first, I just want to acknowledge, because I think that Member Jones and President Thomas are maybe being a little bit modest here. And so they certainly acknowledge all the work that staff has done around the board policies, but they've put in yeoman's work as well. And I know that prior to them joining the board, we were seriously behind in board policies. And it's now taken, almost 3 years to get to this point. And that's through consistent effort. So I just want to acknowledge their contributions in terms of reading through and providing guidance, edits, coordinating staff, and then bringing it before the board. So thank you for that. So second thing, and sometimes things go unsaid, but they're important to say. And so, and I think I'm speaking on behalf of the board and also superintendent and staff. So I know that late last year, right, we've had an issue with our coaching situation, and I want to acknowledge, number one, all the people that have written letters to us, because we've had lots of letters, and I just want the public to know that we're listening, and although you may not see everything that's going on, I just want to communicate that I think that the intentions around how we were trying to handle the coaching situation were good intentions. I think that we had issues where for many years we didn't have proper documentation, and the things that the public needs to know is that when you're dealing with kids, you have to have proper documentation, and particularly if the employees are not like full-time employees. And so I think the intent was really to try to get that in place, but I think that we made some missteps in terms of our communication and and some of our execution. But I know that superintendent and staff are trying to essentially make things right and I believe that the board is completely behind that. And just one suggestion that I have for the board that we might consider is that, and again, I don't know what's possible, and superintendent will have to weigh in as well, but maybe there's some type of event or something that we could have for the coaches to just show their appreciation, and want to also acknowledge some of the public comments that were made. So we understand the importance of athletics in our school district, and we want to make sure that people understand that. So if we can just, if there's additional ways that we can show our recognition and appreciation, that would be great. Thank you.
Thank you. Member Block?
Thank you. So a few things. First, I'd like to add to Member Hill's comments about our coaches and just make sure they know how much that I appreciate the work that they do. I coached boys varsity soccer for 5 years in San Jose. And a lot of the connections I made with the players that I coached are connections that last years. I still hear from a lot of my former players, and being a teacher and a coach at the same time is something that's incredibly valuable to a school, to a community. So I want our coaches to know how much they're valued and appreciated. And I'm sorry that it's been a bit of a tumultuous situation lately. I also want to just add a little bit on the pause situation. I'm really glad to hear there's conversations towards an MOU, and I just really hope we can get a resolution as soon as possible to ensure that critical support system is back in place for our students in a way that's going to be effective for students and that's going to be sustainable for teachers. I also wanted to appreciate all of our Newark Unified students who are participating in the rich history of peaceful protest and making their voices heard on issues that they care about in our community, and making sure that they're speaking up on things that really matter, and making sure that members in our community feel safe and supported. So just wanted to reiterate my support for students speaking out on the causes they believe in, and know that they have my support in them speaking out and voicing their opinions and speaking up for what is right. Lastly, because enrollment is opening up, I just really want to encourage everyone, if you know anybody who has any interest in sending their kids to Newark Unified, please just talk to somebody, tell them about all of the positive things that are happening in the district. I really firmly believe that we're heading in the right direction as a district. Lots of areas of growth for sure, but I think overall we're moving in a really positive direction. And so I think that the more we can, engage with families in the community and encourage people to give Newark schools a try who perhaps haven't before, I think addressing the challenge of declining enrollment is a real challenge, but if we can all work together on it and stabilize our enrollment, that makes so many of the other challenges easier to resolve. Thank you, and wishing everyone a great rest of the week.
Thank you. Superintendent, I hope maybe during your remarks, because I've had inquiries, you might mention the progress on the bond project manager, the architect, and the asset management. Okay, in the meantime, though, I will say a few things, okay? I think current data reveals a critical disconnect between our master schedule and our students' long-term needs. Only 40% of our Newark Memorial graduates are currently meeting A through G eligibility, and that's our default curriculum. So it means they're not passing their courses with a C or better grade, or they're not taking the required courses in the course catalog. Our master schedule has sadly drifted away from the district's STEAM-focused and its A through G priorities. Over the past 6 years, fine arts and languages enrollment has collapsed by 52% and 28% respectively. Student contacts in social studies have actually exploded by 160%. That's over 6 years. One relatively new STEAM course that we were focusing on, Computer Science A, has dropped from 32 to 26 to 21 students over the past 3 years. So I really hope we can beef up our STEAM electives, our STEAM focus. To support student success, our staffing needs to align with our enrollment realities. Since 2019, our enrollment has declined by 23%, yet our staffing was only adjusted by 18%. This lag has resulted in a proliferation of financially unsustainable small class sizes with as few as 16 to 21 students, and this is all at the high school. So every dollar tied up in a critically under-enrolled elective section is a resource that cannot be used for academic intervention. So sometimes I think our focus on AP courses, and we pat ourselves on the back for it, it may not be in the best interest of students. They opt into AP courses beyond what will be accepted at CSU or UC because they want or need the GPA bump. So one parent told me that he has advised his son to take AP Human Geography in the 9th grade and fill up on AP classes before his senior year because senior year AP classes don't count when you're doing admissions to college. So having said that, I really hope in advance of next week when we will be making some critical recommendations and choices on staffing and staffing reductions to meet our qualified budget out the next few years, that I hope you board members will digest this. I spent countless hours on it, and I think it's pretty accurate. And so I appreciate your attention on that. Thank you. Superintendent?
Thank you. I actually have a few things I'd like to just kind of chat about. I know this past week we've had some interactions with our cell phone policy. I want to thank Ms. Allard for hosting a forum to be able to gain some information out to parents and to be able to hear from them and from our students. I think there's some other steps that are being taken to be able to start addressing that and be able to make sure that we have participation in that as well. TK, the idea of possibly moving to a full-day TK was something that we talked about last July, you may recall. With that, though, there's a lot of work that has to go into that, and so we look forward to working with our partners in education to be able to discuss that. This actually was asked recently in a session with some of our TK teachers. I know they were concerned that the fact that we brought it up, but the whole idea is that we wanted to be able to get a discussion going to start the dialogue, and so I'd like to apologize that they didn't like how the rollout happened, but really it was to be able to seek information and figure out like what can we do to be able to address any concerns that might be out there as we kind of continue to move forward. So I look forward to additional discussions around a possible TK full day implementation, perhaps in the future, maybe with a pilot, whatever that might look like, but more information to come on that. I do sincerely want to apologize about the coaches situation. It did have good intent and good merits to be able to put systems in place and then to make sure that there's a process for evaluation in the future so that we can continue to keep our coaches going. And there was never any intention of trying to make coaches feel bad. And I feel bad that they did feel bad, that they got turned around in a way that for what the intentions were, they definitely didn't come out with the right execution. So for that, I'm very sorry. I did put out a public apology. And of course, you know, we've dealt with news media and also some one-on-one sessions with some of our coaches out there as well. Also today, we had a discussion in our district office around phonics, which was exciting. What I will say is, you know, watching whether it was our teachers looking at the new math and adoption, looking at the session that was there today for phonics. The good news is like we're like having like really enriched discussions around how we help and support our students. And we don't do that by ourselves. We don't do it from administration down. It's really meant to be able to include our educators. And I want you to know how grateful I am for your time and your energy and your ideas that you bring to the table as we continue to work on these things collaboratively together to be able to help our students. I did want to say something about board policies and administrative regulations and bylaws. It has been an unusual amount in my entire career. I don't remember any board ever taking on such a large task in such a couple of years. Now that we have some additional people in our district office, we're actually kind of going back and looking at some of the board policies. And we may want to be able to bring some board policies back to the committee and back to the district for the board consideration for some revisions, some things that will help us function better. And now that we kind of have a team coming back in place and looking at how some things work, I will tell you, we lean in on your policies all the time. I don't know that there's a day that doesn't go by that we don't look at board policies and how they interact with the work that we're doing. They lead us in how we can help and provide support systems to our community and to our schools. And they help guide us in many of the decisions that we make each and every day. And one other person I really want to thank with regards to the board policies and ARs, kind of the hidden person behind some of the articulation that gets done in advance and with the color-coded emblem that comes out. And I really want to thank Kerry Newt for his work and for helping guide us on this. I will tell you, I think our board policy process and AR process that we use is probably second to none of anything I've ever seen. And I would really like to work with the board to consider nominating that process for a Golden Bell for this coming year. I've been involved with public education for a long time, nearly 40 years, and it's difficult. It's difficult to sit there and look at your board policies and what you're going to do with them, understand the language that's coming and being vetted by CSBA, but then more importantly, how do you make it work for your community? And I think those are some important aspects. And I will say, I think all of you have been very open to hearing from us as a district, like we want to be able to weigh in on something and share that information with you, and I want to thank you for that. Most importantly, I think right now, I just really am so grateful to have a full cabinet right now. It's been a difficult couple of years. There have been multiple roles that have been shared by many different individuals here in the district. But it is nice to actually have a cabinet to be able to come together and start working on some of the decisions together. And I'm really grateful for that time, for both the cabinet that I've got, for executive cabinet as well as extended cabinet, and then also everybody else that comes together as we start working on initiatives, especially around educational changes that we want to be able to make for our students, tied to the board's goals, tied to our LCAP goals. All those are important things. And I just want everybody to know just how grateful I am for that opportunity. Lastly, starting to look at some things with regards to STEM and how we can help infuse more STEM. I agree. I think it's a long time that we need to come back in, and how do we build that back in, and how do we provide the support systems for it? I know we've got some initiatives out there, in particular for Schilling, to be able to create a world-class model over there, and I'm looking forward to helping to support that. There's one other piece in there that our students over at Schilling, they need our support. And there's some things that I really would like to be able to bring to the board in addition to working on the STEM element, is looking at something with regards to equity and being able to work with the teachers over there on how we might be able to work on some additional translation services to be able to help our children where English is not their first language. And we've got several different dialects that are over there at that school. So I think we need to take a look at what does it take to be able to make sure that we're able to break that barrier. And I'm excited about some of the new tools that are out there that will help us do that are affordable and will instantly bring a change into the classroom. And so I look forward to working with teachers over there, sharing a little bit about it, getting their input, and maybe taking a tour at some other neighboring school districts that are actually bringing in this model of translation devices to be able to help with that over there. And so it's a piece that I really look forward to bringing forward within the discussion here with the board, but more importantly with the discussion really with the Schilling staff over there to be able to help them and be able to support their kids. And then lastly, the master schedule issue. This is a piece that we started tackling earlier on in the year. I'm going to thank President Thomas for her work. It was a piece that kind of gave us a starting guide. We started looking at last year when she did her initial report with me and shared the information. Coming back in the second year and taking a look at some of the adjustments and what we can do to help support the master schedule and making sure that students have what they need, especially around some of our college and career initiatives that we have out there, and making sure they get introduced to career areas that will help them for their future. Actually, a future that some of us don't even know what that's going to look like, especially with all the AI challenges and things that are coming in. We need to embrace those tools. We need to figure out ways to be able to incorporate those, and we need to help our educators be able to help vet and embrace those too for their classroom curriculums that they'll be working with too. It's here upon us. We thought cell phones and what happened with cell phones happened quickly in just, less than 30 years that we've had cell phones. I can't imagine what it's going to be like with AI and how quickly it's changing just the whole entire landscape. So I think we need to figure out ways to go off and embrace it. I think it will be a challenge and a fun challenge maybe for your next superintendent. It's here upon us now, and we need to make sure that our students have access to various technology tools that will help them in their advancement and in many of their career choices as they continue to lean in and learn from their educational support systems, which really is our classroom teachers, and that's really right where it begins. That concludes my remarks. You may need to take an extension of time to make sure that we can go back into closed session.
Yeah.
And,
Superintendent, though, could you please maybe briefly mention where we are on the bond project manager position, the asset management, and the architect?
Yep. So earlier in my opening remarks that I made in my superintendent's report, I actually shared that information, but let me just go back and reiterate a few things. So the architect interviews are happening this Thursday, and we look forward to bringing back some names to the board for consideration. It may be multiple architects because we've got many different things that we're doing. We're not really building anything brand new, but it's really more about our infrastructure and taking care of our infrastructure. So more like around the modernization elements that are coming with it. There will be some, like our pool remodel, there's things that we're gonna need, and we're gonna need to have different kinds of architectural and engineering services. In addition to that, we already have put out the RFP for the project manager. We plan on bringing hopefully a name back to you around the 17th of March at that second board meeting in March.
Okay.
And the third piece was around asset management and the fact that I need to schedule a time so that the board can do its interviews moving forward.
Thank you. Okay. With that, we are recessing to, oh,
please.
Yes, I would take a motion to extend the meeting to 10:45.
I make a motion to extend the meeting till 10:45.
I'll second.
Please vote. Student board member, you need to go home.
That's fine. Yeah, go.
Okay. With this students' preferential vote, it's 6 ayes. Thank you. Okay, with that, we're adjourning to closed session. Thank you for all your help.
It just takes time. It took me time. So you're not alone by any stretch.
And thanks again for putting the spotlight on our policy.
Yeah.
I don't think people realize how much time that takes.
No, I don't think they do either. And you know, I think that she's serious about doing that golden bell or whatever. People write up the process.
Oh, okay, yeah.
Spend some time, yeah. Between, let's see, I've got a memorial service this weekend that takes Thursday and Saturday. I've got another one the following weekend that takes Saturday, Sunday, Monday. And then I've got a wedding plan in 4 months.
So your daughter-in-law, future daughter-in-law, grandfather died. Yeah.
Remember to say that I changed the position for you. Oh. Oh, you're right. That's okay. Okay, so the library is again, Texas and library are getting extra hours for intervention at Texas. The 3.2, I don't think this is labeled correctly. Yeah, and I'm site council and that's capable. And so I had that sit down with Vince last year. Thank you. Yeah, again.
Well, no, I said Marco. And I haven't, well, I looked at the agenda, so look at the agenda, it showed that you were at the meeting. Were you at the meeting? Okay, so if you look at the agenda, it says site council member. Well, it listed staff, but then it also listed you and Ophelia. And then if you came to the parent part, there was like 8 people listed. So he's listing people that are there. It's not, here's the members, here's the staff, and here's the parents. And then you work your way through these minutes. There were 16 people that voted for something. So it's kind of one of those things that well, the thing is Patricia Rasmussen sat in on the meeting with me in this last year. But, you know, I don't know whether, but the thing is, he pulled her in. He pulled her in, and I don't know that she even knew what she was being pulled into. To where, you know, so it's one of those things that it's hard to do. Well, you know, well, the thing, and it's, you kind of have all of these principles, but even it showed me already. It's just right crazy. Everyone usually have them.
I do it every year, and they get a little bigger.
I'm still starting higher up. But she gets to go home.
Oh, yay! I don't know
because she gets to go home.
No, but I was thinking, so what is he looking at for librarian? How many time are they gonna have in
No, they're not, and that's the thing, is that it's labor wrong, because anything over the 19 and a half, you have to spend benefits, and I don't wanna do that.
I understand.
And I know for Julie, yeah, for Julie, you know, the Cops Club got always puts that bill for those extra hours. I mean, way back in my day, when I was on the sex council then, and there was that latitude that we had with sex council, we paid for more hours for her with our sex council.
I had them all over years.
Yeah. Yeah. Yeah.
People would run it financially. I'll put that under the. But anyway, I was just curious, because really what they should do is beef up those positions, like, how to keep it that.
Well, they don't even have a library in high school.
Yeah, I know.
Seriously, something to practice my speed for so long.
And that could be, well, I guess that when I was on the site council at the high school, it was a requirement for, law certification, they had a credential librarian. Staff, you could be from the district, and how Newark got away with it, because they always had a credential librarian. High school running, and then they shared it after, what's her first name, they shared it between, a lot of his, everyone was just in it. But apparently lost his job.
Yes. Yeah, I don't think it's required for the middle school, yeah, it's only just high school, and I mean, in memory, when she had the boys, when they were younger, she decided not to teach anymore to be the librarian, and then she first got her own.
She got her library.
Yeah, yeah, and then she left with 3 months.
They were not.
I know,
They
followed Ellie,
didn't-
what do you think?
They did not treat her very well, so there you go.
Yeah.
Yeah, orally, so.
Yeah.
But yeah, no, it's very interesting. So they could technically be filing a clerical at the high school.
No, they can't, they have to have a librarian, they have to have a certificate in librarian, because it's required, ed to get code.
We have just returned from closed session. No action was taken, and we are adjourning at 10:30. Thank you.
Good night, everybody.
Good night. If you could please push in your chairs for us.
Oh, sorry.
We would greatly appreciate that. We want to make sure we give you the place nice and neat so we can come back.
Thanks for all your help.
And I don't have the 5 points for the student here.